I'd like to welcome, of course, this is Guru Mike Schwartz with the FMA and Malay Arts Chronicles. I'd like to welcome Grandmaster Eric Lee, legend in martial arts sports competition, as well as actor and martial arts choreographer extraordinaire. Good afternoon, Grandmaster Lee.
Good afternoon.
How are you feeling today, sir? Doing well?
I don't know. I'll let you know in a few years.
Well, that's good to know that at least you're going to be with us for a short time. I'd like to just touch briefly on your initial introduction into the martial arts. I'd like to spend very little time, of course, on your history. Everyone that listens to our program will probably be well aware of your vast history and vast accomplishments. But initially, you had got started at a very young age with your father. Is that correct?
Well, actually, he inspired me. I did not train with him. I was watching him play Kung Fu when I was 2 years old in China. But I did not until early teen.
And at what age did you immigrate to the United States?
I would say about 13, somewhere around there, 13, 14. But I've been back and forth, travel. I live in many places like Central America, Canada, and mainly in California.
I see. And was it in California or was it in Hawaii that you had picked up the art of Kajukenbo?
Well, I study multiple arts. I study the Kajukenbo. I study Wing Chun. I studied the Shaolin, Northern and Southern. I train in Hong Kong, Tai Chi, grappling. I also did judo with Wally J, and I trained some grappling with Jim LaBelle as well. I did everything.
And from your
martial, I have a degree in the One Hap Kendo system, and then I have 9 degrees in Kajukenbo, and then I probably won the highest rank in One Hap Kendo other than Alta Casco. And then the list goes on, but anyway, there's some more to study.
Yes, sir. Of course. And what initially brought you to the tournament competition in California? Was it the Long Beach Internationals where you became most prolific?
Well, as far as a tournament, it come later on. Before that, it was not a tournament. I trained up from Oakland, California, so they were kind of rough. So I did when I was early days when I first went to school. About 13, 14 years old, I got somebody chopped, the bully chopped me on my neck.
Oh, no.
And for no reason. And then, so therefore I want to revenge. And that was my motivation, because I never found a guy. If I find him now, and I don't know what he looks like, he's still alive or dead, I would appreciate him for giving me the motivation for training so long.
So that was your initial motivation, was some thug in Oakland, California, chopping you upside the neck?
Yeah, that was in some grade junior high school, Westlake High School. But before that, I was always interested in martial arts. But it was until I got hurt a little bit, and then I wanted to get serious about fighting. And then I went into tournament later on, much later.
I see. So before you entered the tournament competitions, you were more serious within full contact fighting, more of a bare knuckle fighting. Is that correct?
It's not a full contact, and not full contact. In reality, everything is full contact, in the street. But I do that because I want to gear myself up, for self-defense. Oakland is a rough area, and a lot of fighting, and not that many guns in the 60s, and then now and later on become martial arts, and now I'm into healing arts and so on. That's 40-some years later, many years later, almost 50 years.
I see, coming full circle, so to speak. So after you had spent time in the tournament scene, so to speak, was that initially what drew you into martial arts choreography in the movies in Hollywood, or was it something else that drew you to the movies?
The last time I competed at the tournament was October 1973. And I went back to Oakland after that, and then I had to make a living because martial art did not provide me with financial support that much, even though I won some money and stuff like that. So I have to go to LA. It's natural for me to be in Los Angeles to pursue movies and business. And for me, I go to LA just strictly for business. And then I did a lot of things, choreography, stuntman, good guy, bad guy, produce a movie. I taught classes in UCLA, and then I did everything I can. And I did lots of stuff. 33 years to be exact in Los Angeles.
And so you had lived in Los Angeles for the 33 years that you had spent choreographing and stuntman and starring in movies. Is that correct?
I did everything in the show business you can imagine, behind and in front of the camera as well. So from raising the money for distribution, hire crew, to choreograph, to get the wardrobe together, and then of course we stunt coordinate our own fight scene and work in other movie as well. The movie that I did for myself didn't do that well, that I put it together. But the other one was I worked for. I was a member of the SAG, Screen Actors Guild, since 1976 until now. I still it. I did maybe about roughly, I would say, over 120 movies.
Yes, I'm familiar with many of the movies that you have done as well as choreographed. Big Trouble in Little China, to mention one, as well as Rambo 2 and a few of the others. We could go on and on with that. Now, is that something that you have left behind you, or is that something that you continue to do?
Movie or just working on a movie. For me, it's a business, just a business. It's called show business. The show is not the ego so much, but more for it's a business because I was in there for the business to make a living, and I did. And then I did for 33 years, and until recently I moved back to Northern California, which I'm from right now, to be with my family, so to speak.
And so are you still involved in the business portion of the show business, so to speak?
Not really, although people offer me some movies in Beijing and here in Los Angeles, and I feel that I'm doing a transformation. I'm going to the next stage and not go local and pushing and rushing and more. The business was pretty hard for most people to get into it, and they have to prepare to have a lot of letdown, and then they have a lot of motivation, and then you cannot give up, and I'm not doing that much. It's more into healing, meditation, and then I would probably try to get my doctorate degree or the healing arts later on. I do have a master's degree in Reiki, and I do study herbal medicine and many things. I live in an herb shop when I was young in Hong Kong. That's what we did.
I see. And so while you were involved in the industry or in the business, so to speak, did you also were you also teaching private lessons, or were you teaching in a studio?
I was when I'm not busy with the show business, I was traveling around the world giving seminars, teaching. I do have 40 instructors under me, 40 black belts. I think 4 generations now, and then I've been teaching over 40 years, 42, 43 years already.
And what system is the certification under that they would be teaching for you?
Well, basically, it's a system called One Hao Kendo, and then also when I teach, this. They call MMA now, but we're mixing the martial arts in the 60s. My traditional form was more the southern, northern and southern form, but my application is whatever works, and there's no such thing as a system. And then, so the certification is 2 different kinds. One is direct under me, or the other one is associate under me. Some people already get black belt, they want to train with me, and then did that for a lot of years. And now I'm trying to recharge, recuperate, and change in Northern California, reacclimate my place here, get used to living here again.
Of course. That I'm sure things have changed in Northern California since you've last lived there, quite a bit.
Yeah, more car, more people, just like any other city.
And during, you said you're becoming more involved with healing as well as the internal martial arts. That's something that you are pursuing heavily at this point?
Well, yeah, because when you get older, you need to have you want to live a long, happy life. If you learn, I believe, if you learn how to hit, you have to learn how to heal, at least for your student or yourself. And everybody should do that. And so I'm greatly. I was influenced by herbal medicine and things since I was a kid, and always has been in my family. And then my father still practice exercise and for longevity, and then, so he's almost 90. My mom's almost 90. So I want to, see what they do, and I've been doing a lot of research on centenarian longevity. And actually, one of my projects called Asian Secret to Youth and Vitality and Beauty in Youth is coming on the podcast and internet, ebook as well as DVD, and it might be on TV as well. So I've been doing a lot of research on that. I did a lot of fighting, a lot of self-defense, a lot of former weapon, and I still work on those things. I still teach it, not as much now, but more into how do we preserve our body, and perhaps we can do better in the future.
Now, how do you feel with the advent of the mixed martial artist and with the advent of the Ultimate Fighting Championship? How do you feel that the present industry or martial arts industry in general has been affected by the mixed martial arts? Do you think that having mixed martial artists teaching that system or that type of mixed system within studios is actually taking away from the more traditional karate or taekwondo or gung fu and the more traditional systems? Do you feel that there's been a great separation, that there's more attraction to this now?
Well, in reality, that I understand, okay, now there's commercial school and there's a private school and there's we know what they are. The essence of the art in the higher level is I believe in clenched fist cannot shake hand. Appreciation and love, harmony and balance is for the mind and as well as the body. If you don't, mind is not balanced, your body is not balanced. And there's two different areas. One is a special knowledge, which is a special skill, and one is a general knowledge. And the special knowledge, such as martial art, a computer expert, a scientist, those are special knowledge. And then they can teach that other people. And then there's also the special knowledge that make into the commercial sports, like MMA. And there's a lot of money in it, like MMA, and there's a lot of people. They will take away the tradition of the art, and people respect the extreme people, the extreme athlete, extreme tough guy, extreme bodybuilder, extreme movie star, or whatever. And they're impressed by that. But the reality is, we understand it, but you still need the balance of yourself. I, myself, coming to a point where I'm not looking for identity, and I passed that, and I'm not looking for fame and all that stuff. I oversee that and already passed. I've been there and done that in a lot of years. But the MMA, because it's such a big deal on TV, there's a lot of money to be made for the fighters. And in my days, back in the 70s, we didn't have that kind of a financial backer. There's no TV. It turns out that whoever they promote this kind of sport, which it's okay as long as they understand the culture. But when it comes to money, they forget about the respect. And I believe a clenched fist cannot shake hand. You got respect by giving respect to the other people. But the only problem is people only respect the tough guys or the extreme people, the biggest bodybuilder, or biggest athlete, the biggest movie star. But in reality, and to me, because I'm looking for good health and longevity, that's my priority. It's not to be extreme. Besides, I passed my prime to, I now already have my days of competition, and we're just on a mountain, helping the youngster coming up so they don't make mistakes. I'm more, in the younger days, you're more driven by your ego and wisdom or money, ego, money, or something, or title or something. But when you get older, I'm more interested in being the wisdom. To me, wisdom is more than gold nugget.
Of course, of course, of course. As we get older, we must learn to take care of our bodies a great deal more and be more concerned with the internal influence as opposed to the external influence. I understand what you mean by that, and you feel that that is definitely something that's missing in such a physical aspect within the mixed martial arts or the ultimate fighting type of trainer. Is that correct?
Well, it's all depending, if you're still young and you haven't accomplished things or you're trying to accumulate wealth and then you want title, you want something to leave behind or whatever, and you do that. And then I have nothing to say, people are exactly where they're supposed to be, where I'm supposed to be, where I'm exactly supposed to be. And nobody can stop the aging. They can slow it down, but nobody can live forever. In reality, we know that we're only camping here. Nobody's going to live forever. So, and then because I've passed to the stage of the film industry, martial art competition, so I'm more interested in good health, peace, joy, love, harmony, and true balance without driving and push myself to the max. But a lot of people don't understand this because the pace is so fast nowadays. Internet, pushing, go, non-stop. The mind is going so fast, the body don't want to handle it. That's why create a lot of stress. And what a lot of people don't understand is eventually this kind of pacing can lead to early death. And what's the sense? So when you already 60-some years old, 50, 60, and then people start realize, I need to slow down a little bit, enjoy the roses. I've been driver seat for a long time, and now I'm more interested in the passenger seat. Let them drive safely and me watching and enjoying the scenery.
So you enjoy stopping and smelling the roses a little bit more, in other words, than you did in the past.
Well, I did what I have to do. What I did for whether it's for compassion, did it for compassion, for ego, or whatever it is. That's the past, So we're into different evolutions. And so I teach a little bit here, but even though I teach martial art and I teach them the loyalty and respect themselves, if you don't have respect for yourself, and it's hard to give respect to the other people. So it's a balance between. However long we live, we don't know for sure. Nobody knows. Anybody can die anytime, and a lot of people can live a long time, depending on your luck, your DNA. I believe it's like a gun. In your inborn energy, you have good DNA, and then inborn energy. But when you can pull a trigger after you were born, and by screwing up too early, messed up, drive too fast, or take drug or something, that kill yourself, so it's not a good thing.
Understood. So in your method of teaching or your philosophy of teaching at this point, Grandmaster, are you concentrating more on the Tai Chi, the Qigong, and the internal medicine? Is that correct?
Not necessarily, because I do teach here once a week here, and I have different group of people. Some of them are interested in self-defense, the younger guys, but I have people at 50 and 60. The body is hurting because some of them start late, and they have arthritis. And so I do some Tai Chi, something like that with them. And but the middle one, they can do both. But all of them, I teach them the true spirit of the art. Self-defense is no nonsense. In reality, just because they have a title or something like that doesn't mean they can take care of themselves on the street. The street, a whole different gang. You have whole different idea. You're under stress. You're comfortable in the ring. You train in the ring. You're safe. You don't, and you follow the rule. You're okay. You win or lose or whatever. But on the street, you're under pressure. So but you have to make your common sense. If you hurt somebody, you can go jail, and then. You have to have guts in case somebody do attack you. Let's say Al Qaeda trying to take you over. I would move on first before I get shot, and then before they take my friends down or my family, anybody else. But that may be the proper way, But I'm not saying that I can use it. But we have pretty good control over. We don't want to hurt the innocent people. That's not necessary because
Absolutely.
we want to work and not that kind of thing. We passed that a long time ago.
So in your teaching for self-defense, you also, of course, teach restraint within when to be able to stop, as opposed to go beyond a point of no return. Correct?
Yeah, you can end up in jail
Mm-hmm.
and for anything, just fighting, and you can end up jail saying the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So you gotta be careful. But to be peace and harmony, and then have the equanimity, and in life, you have to understand how to do it, and it takes a lot of change in our attitude. And then, so we're constantly evolving. There's nothing in the world. Only thing you can expect in the world in life is to me is fix. Is the only thing that fixes in the world is changes. So we're constantly evolving, and everything was already there. The goodness and the harmony, everything's already there. Except we have to get ourselves out of the way. We have to all the muddy layers of the personality. Some of them can use against us. We have to get them away in order to feel the essence, the true essence of oneself.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And when you teach your self-defense to the younger students, as you say, you bring this lesson of the internal arts along with the physical of the self-defense.
Well, internal, external, you need the balance. You have to have both. Like me, I do both. I do some internal, I do some external. Substantial with insubstantial, insubstantial with substantial. The most important thing is the mind. The martial artist, mind of people. Not only talking about martial artists in the mind. Period. If you have even the criminal end up in jail, they want to be loved, and except they messed up and they end up behind the bar. And so we're lucky we're still out here. And I feel lucky that I'm still here. I'm over 60, but I'm still here. And so the idea is a lot of people, they don't know because we trap into the fast-paced, the machine of the world, and then they don't even know it. And then so in other words, a lot of people don't even know they jail themselves until they get out themselves, and then they can see the lights.
Absolutely. Grandmaster Lee, don't say that you're over 60. Now you're making me feel old.
Oh, you are not that old, is it?
No. Not quite. So
I am actually, my age, I'm 63, and no big deal. And I'm very open. I think one of the issue with people is a lot of people are trying to be tough guys, and image of them, or image of the public. The most difficult thing to conquer is not the country, is not the battle. You have to conquer your own self. And that people don't talk about it because when they talk about it, they think they're weak. I don't think so. They don't talk about it. It's that what they need to talk about, to get them out, to open, write it down, talk to people, prayer, and speak it. Because those are the ones who are causing the disease. Mind and body is one the same. Your mind, actually, I heard the last one. Whenever you trigger some emotion, it goes to your DNA, fire some kind of firing electrical chemical in the body instantly. Some kind of chemical go to your mind, and then you respond.
Absolutely. Now, sir, with some of the most recent material that I've noticed that you've released has to do with the dynamic tension for total body workout and things of that nature. Are those the types of techniques that you're putting into your internal practice with your older students more prevalently?
I do. I think the healing starts with the mind. You got to change what you belief system. If it's not working, you don't feel harmony, peace. If you are a strong person, healthy all the time, you don't want to be weak. And the weak people want to be strong. And so you find the harmony, the balance, And sometimes, right now, it's, you feel the life is supposed to be healthy and balanced and relaxed. Except we got caught up with the fast pace with the TV. And a lot of people model by the TV. This back to 60s and 70s. the cuts on the each scene is lower. But now you got 2 or 3 seconds each cut. That means the attention span of the individual, each person is they don't have the patience to watch a slower movie, and then that's why it's not easy for the youngster to practice things like meditation or Tai Chi. They have too much monkey brain.
I say too much monkey brain. You say they're moving around too much. They're thinking about too many things at the same time. Is that what you mean, sir?
Too much, too fast, too soon.
I understand. So when you say that you are concentrating more on healing as well, are you speaking about the acupuncture or acupressure, or are you doing more Reiki work?
All of them. I'm still learning more, and I have many friends that are doctors, and there are some MDs, some naturopath, Ayurvedic medicine, Chinese acupuncture, herbalist, Reiki, Jorei, all kinds. But remember, this is an interest for me, and also interest for many people who are doing this. The people who does Tai Chi a lot, I have people doing Shotokan and doing Tai Chi same time. I say that's good. One's really extremely hard and extremely soft.
Yes.
Keep the balance. So everybody, need to slow down a little bit, and then, like I said, and I feel, because I travel a lot. I host my tour to Thailand and China, and host my tour to Thailand. You mind if I speak it?
No, please go right ahead.
If you go to ericleechinatour.com or Eric Lee globaltour.com, you see it, and I'll be hosting my tour to Thailand. A lot of people are martial artists of all age, all kinds, from anywhere from 18, 17 to 70s, and they go with me. Some of them train, some of them don't. I mostly like to train. I went to Wudong where they did founding place of the place of Taoist and then Tai Chi. So we went to Shaolin Temple where the Shaolin Buddha Lama spent his time and taught the monks in about 525 AD, and after that he spent 9 years meditating in a cave. And we climb up to the cave. But this year we're not going to Thailand. I mean, we're not going to China. We are going to Thailand. It's under $2,000. It's affordable in November 4th in 2010. So this is, I only do that once a year. I'm not the guy. I'm the host, and I don't speak Thai. And I think the people are wonderful there, and a lot of good martial artists there. And they're going to train Muay Thai, meaning Thai sports. And then they're very nice, very polite, and everybody bow to each other. I don't see any violence there. I've been there 3 times. I did some movie there also. But I also involved with a lot of time on learning about anti-aging. I have a program coming out. If you keep up ericlee.com, it should be on it in the future.
And that is an anti-aging program that you're coming out with, an anti-aging DVD set. Is that correct?
Well, it's going to be on ebook, DVD. It might be on all YouTube, MySpace, and all kinds of things there. It's what I'm into now. That's what I'm interested in now. Is so much as fighting, because I've been fighting all life. I still teach it, but with a balance of internal, the mind as well, the spirit as well as the body.
Of course. And so all of that information would be found at ericlee.com, correct?
Yes, later on. Right now, as far as the tour is ericleechinatour.com or ericleeglobaltour.com. I enjoy this kind of things because I dig in all these people, and they not necessarily have to be martial artists, although most of them are. They're interested to, everybody needs to break and to get away from everyday samo, and so they can see the world. They become more worldly person. And I know I met people in New York, and she was 65. She never left Brooklyn. And that's a sad story. And everybody should to explore and learn. Because you only have so much time here, so you might as well. And they talk about heaven. Well, you don't go to heaven now. If you go to heaven, you'd be dead. Right? So you can heaven later. Okay? And then I have no problem people and believe whatever they're believing in, but you make the best life out of this life now while you're still here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so you take you host a tour once a year, and this year it is to Thailand. Normally you go to Thailand and to China, or just you choose one country at a time.
Well, I only go to Thailand in November 4 for 10 days. That's actually 1995, including airline ticket from LA, including hotel, one meal a day.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a train a few days in Thailand with the best place in Thailand, and all the champion drinks and stuff like that. And they don't have the train. The knowledge is knowledge. It's a lot of fun. Everybody should travel, and everybody should meet new people, and everybody's friendly. I have done this 5 years now, and nobody had any trouble so far, and we are a very good group. And they took a bunch of picture DVD. In Thailand, you can get massage for $3 to $6, very cheap, and you can get several a day if you want to. Over here, I got foot massage and body massage. I like them, and believe those things are good for our body. And you let somebody exercise for you, except you feel the pleasure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so the rest of your material will also be available on ericlee.com in the future. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. Well, I know that you're very busy, and I don't want to take up too much.
No, I'm okay. I'm semi-retired. I don't believe in fully retired, then because then you don't do anything, you get lazy, and I'm very active. But that's what it's honest. That's the idea.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand, and it's very interesting to note that from your experiences in the past, you're somewhat mellowing out, I guess one would say, with the internal classes, as well as with the medical, the Reiki and things of that nature.
Yeah, Reiki, and all of them are good. I'm just a personal interest, and people can take out of form. And also the other thing is martial arts is kind of confused for a lot of people because so many style, and then I get people come to my seminar, you study 40 years in another style. I say, we never learned that before, or you study this art. And so for me, I can put it together, no matter what, simplify them, and whatever works, and then you can do the traditional form. Unfortunately, a lot of us are bound by culture and tradition. They all think, and everybody think this is the best. I don't think so, and I think knowledge is the best. If having understanding, knowledge is understanding. Understanding is meaning to be free. Knowledge is your mind, and it's important to understand. This 21st century, we got to be open-minded. You become more broad-minded thinker. Is that narrow, rigid, unexpandable, so we should be fluid, and art is the same thing.
Absolutely.
Mind should be the same thing.
Now, if someone would like to pursue instruction with you in a class setting in Oakland, California, is there a particular location that you're at that they can sign up for classes?
I just got here, and so I'm in Castro Valley right now. But they can, if they're interested in, I don't guarantee that I can return the email right away. It's Eric Lee China Tour at yahoo.com. You can email to that. But because I just got here, I'm not quite settled down yet. It's Eric Lee China Tour at yahoo.com. That's my email. They can do that, and then they can. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, because I'll be traveling a lot on the road. I enjoy traveling a lot and seeing places. I might live in Thailand for a while, in Philippines and China, because I don't know. I'm free to go.
Of course. You're semi-retired.
Yeah, retirement. I don't believe in complete retirement, because a lot of people retire in 3 to 5 years, and they don't do anything. They're dead.
Right.
That's why it's not. You keep your mind active, your body active. If you don't do martial art, you can go to tango or play music. I play some music. I learn some music. And I play guitars and stuff, just for fun. I know a lot of students are musicians professionally. I know some famous one also, like Stanley Clark. He's a musician, the best bass player in the world. He's a martial artist. And then So there are a lot of fun in the area, and I think life is for enjoying. And then I say that, like I said, you can live forever, so might as well enjoy the life, and what you can share is good. I believe in a different area, spirituality, warrior, which is, you don't give up. If you fall down, you get up and do again. And then I believe in you have to have some necessity, live in a material world, have to have some money, so you become somewhat a merchant. But and then also the last one is contribution, what you can contribute. Mine would be teaching.
Mm-hmm.
Some people working on nursing home. Some, if I get my degree in doctor, then I would say I can maybe, give some advice to certain people. If I don't know about it, I can refer them to a lot of my friends that are doctors or healers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a healer. I am more like a helper right now.
I see. Well, it's always good to be a helper, and rather than somebody who hinders. Correct?
Well, it's knowledge is knowledge, and you do what you love to do. People live on interest, and we are the product of our own environment. So I don't. There's no shape or form, to me in life. I just go wherever I enjoy, and share and learn and explore and seeker and discover.
Outstanding.
That's
Now your seminar, when you provide seminar instruction, that would also be listed on your website as well at ericlee.com. Is that correct?
Yeah, some of them. I'm going to be giving some seminar in the July 2nd, I believe. One on competition, one on self-defense, one on the, what's the other one? How to have more energy in martial art philosophy. 3 different seminars. It's actually Sifu Tatmo Wong and Nick Slimmer is promoting it July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and actually in the Marriott Marquis downtown San Francisco area. I'm going to be there. I'm friends with Sifu Tatmo Wong. I know each other for a long time. And then and then also I'll be in Las Vegas, Orlean Hotel, I think 23rd, 24th. At that time with Jeff Speakman, he's doing the Kimball Camp. Invite me and Benny Kiedis to do that. And I just came back from Romania about a month ago, and there were 40 countries represented, and they're truly an international tournament in where they have the Pennsylvania, where they discover, and the writer wrote this Dracula.
Yes.
And the government sponsor, and then they were treating us really nice, very professional, and no problem. And then I wish our government here in U.S. would support that, and they would pay for everything. There were so many people there, and would put us in a nice hotel, eat, and both Benny, me, and Jeff, we all gave a couple hour seminar for hundreds of people. They're from all over the world, from Europe, from Czechoslovakia, from Germany, from Ukraine, and just name it, Syria, and very nice people.
And that was a European Kempo camp, or was that a European martial arts tournament?
And the James Wickman, he got a Kempo camp in Orlean Hotel, I believe, in June. Let me see, I can tell you that is coming up the 23rd. The 23rd, 24th. I think it's on the weekdays.
Okay.
It's actually 22nd and 24th in June in the Orlean Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Mm-hmm. And
I might be going to Portugal because some people promoted in Europe, and they're flying me, Benny, and everybody in Portugal or Spain, someplace in Europe this year. So I'm on it's fun for me. It's like vacation. And so meantime, I'm trying to meditate and acclimate it here. The weather is beautiful here in Northern California, and I like it here. LA, is for the business, and if you want to get started, that's where you get started.
I understand. I've spent much time in California myself through military experience. I was actually in Monterey for a year and spent time there, and in Carmel as well as up and down the coast, Santa Barbara. I really enjoyed Santa Barbara quite a bit. But since I've been out of the military, I haven't really done that much traveling in the past years.
Welcome back to California. We like you.
I realize California likes me, but it's the cost of living is a bit too expensive for me in California.
Yes. Yeah, I travel, and so I try to live, enjoy my life here, and a lot of good people here, my family here, and I reacquainted with a lot of my old friends. Bruce Lee spent many years of his time here. Matter of fact, long time ago when we were training, Bruce Lee used to come to school and watch back to '60s, and then he was in Washington, and he was in uh, uh, San Francisco and Los Angeles. But I was interested in the martial art way before '60s, but I didn't get serious training until '60s. And then my father is a martial artist, and it's interesting. When I was 2 or 3 years old, my grandmother used to take me in China to watch the Chinese opera, and then they don't sing. They were doing stage opera, stage kung fu, and which is interesting. I have my interest in that, and then but they were not singing. They were doing the Chinese rap,
Uh-huh.
like the rapping,
Yes.
and then they do popular now. I said, oh no, not again, because I was not interested in rap when I was younger. Because seeing a 2-year-old and you go to see the old Chinese opera, you got bored, and
Of
I did.
course, of course, absolutely. So yeah, you said that Bruce Lee, when he had come down to Oakland to watch the trainers and watch the training, were you in class with him, or were you an instructor at that
He
time?
just actually was training in San Angelo back with the Costco actually, and he's just coming to watch, and he's in Oakland all the time. Him and James Lee. Later on, I trained with James Lee for a few years, and then
Hmm.
he died. James Lee with the Zhong Fan Kung Fu. I didn't get too far with that, but I was interested in art as well. I was just fanatic with everything I can find. I was training with 4 different instructors at the same time, and those days are no.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Absolutely, because everything was quite segregated at that time, correct?
Yeah, it's back to '60s, and I was just fanatic. I went crazy. I like it. It gave me so much energy, and I still remember those days. And now I start doing some of the old stuff, and my muscle memory still remembers it, and that's actually inspired me. And for a while, I say, what do I do now? I'm not in competition anymore. And then so now it's a benefit. It's still there, up to. I'm glad I did it when I was younger.
Absolutely,
And I
muscle
still
memory. That's glad to know. I'm very glad to know that the muscle memory does not deteriorate and that it does not go away.
No, it seemed like it taking me a little time, get back, and but certain things I do, I can still do it, even my age and things I do in 20s. But I don't, there's no need for me to do all those things. But I still enjoy. There's a lot of new things that I do. To me, the martial arts, regardless of style, to me, it's just a different kind of movement. As you get more advanced, you can take the ballet, you can take the regular chore and turn into a movement,
Hmm.
self-defense.
Hmm.
That, you just, the more advanced you get, the more understand it. Besides, once you become a choreographer, you have to pay attention, put everything together, and creatively and then you can have the actors, martial art people, stunt people perform, and they make that as a audience delight.
Now, when you work out yourself and when you practice the Tai Chi or when you teach Tai Chi, do you use the Yang form, the Sun form, the Chen form? What long form do you
The
use?
traditional form, I usually do the Yang more, and I did the Wu style in Hong Kong, 1968, 69, and it's been a long time, but I just got back here, so I just do some basic. The most important thing is the essence and principle first before your movement, and be able to relax. You can do Tai Chi in your mind, your heart, if you're into that level of understanding, but you got to get it. But most people are interested in movement first, but
Hmm.
you have to explain to them what's the essence. You have, like you do Tai Chi, you have to get yourself out of the way, get your ego out of the way. There's no goal, future, past, or now, and just do it. And then it's so, and then there are a lot of Tai Chi experts out there. I'm not saying that I'm one of them. I'm just interested in it. I have been, slowing down, but I also make jokes about everything. People who have Tai Chi class, I said, well, you got how you what's slower than Tai Chi? Well, you watch people do Tai Chi. And I told people, just joking around. Now, I'm not putting down anybody. I'm just saying that I like to have jokes.
Of course.
It makes me feel lighter, and then life is not supposed to be too serious. We do what we do, but we also have to balance, and we can only do so much, and then you got to have laugh. Laughter is a very good therapy for your mind, body, and your nerve.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with laughter is healing all in of itself. So you plan to be traveling quite a bit in the coming years then, I take it.
Not too much. I used to travel a lot more. I used to go to 45 city travel, and now we got the internet. Matter of fact, I don't have a name yet. A lot of my things, a lot of people I interview, I'd be showing people certain things on internet and teaching, and then I have a lot of guests coming from different scientists, author, martial arts legends, movie stars, people, doctors, to be on my show. It's like opera, but it's on podcast or the internet, and they pay a small fee, and then they can watch it, and for a month, and next month we get different program. We have previews of coming attraction and who's going to be there, and then it's entertainment, education, and it's very good for the mind and body, and with a small fee, and I don't have to travel all over the place to do this. I can be in one room and tape it.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the idea. That's exactly the idea, and that's a fantastic way to go. And an experience much like I'm having with you today is, of course, possible as a result of the digital age and the internet. Obviously, we can't be everywhere at one place, and I wouldn't necessarily have the pleasure or the honor to speak to you in person, being that you are in the Oakland area and I'm actually in the St. Louis, Missouri area. So the digital internet allows us to do such things.
Yeah, well, we are in a space going fast. We are actually in time travel. In 200 years ago, you cannot be from New York go to China in less than 20 hours. It would take you, if you can make it that far, take you a lifetime. But now we are in travel. The car is going fast, and you can go into the plane, the jet plane, and you can go one place. We are in time travel. It's not like a movie, but we are time travel because the speed of the machinery can go fast. And but at the same time, we need to balance our mind and body too.
Absolutely. Now, one portion that I would like to hit on real quickly, being that we were talking about your new podcast that you're going to be having very soon. Have you thought about doing online tutoring? In other words, having classes online, having a monthly fee?
I don't want to do a lot of email. I have so many people that I know, and I just want to get the information out there. There will be some instruction. They will learn some technique, either breathing or some Tai Chi or some self-defense. Each one of these month, and we'll come out with once a month, not once a week. Once a month is enough for me right now. That's a lot of work, and but I have a compilation of a lot of information and knowledge and from the last 20, 30 years, and we might even show some old footage. But there's a very well-known individual, I don't want to mention name here, that will be online, and with me, and then I'll be, have them to have the floor and let them display their wisdom and knowledge, so the viewer can benefit from it.
Understood. And I'm very much looking forward to those podcasts and looking forward to hearing more about that. Well, sir, it has been a wonderful conversation with you, and definitely an honor and a pleasure. As being a semi-retired gentleman, I'm sure that you have things that you need to take care of on a Friday afternoon. So I'll let you go at this point, but I did want to particularly express my thanks, as well as the thanks of our listeners for sharing your experience as well as your wisdom with us today.
Thank you. It was a pleasure for me to share some of this, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to share this with the other people who might be benefit from this. I'm one individual. There's a lot of knowledge out there, and if we can share, and that's a great thing. And I appreciate you for having me on your air.
Not a problem, not a problem, sir. Hopefully, we'll get to meet or get to share more ideas in the future. We have one person in common in Grandmaster Anthony Davis, and Grandmaster Davis and I have become rather close in and of itself. So we have a pretty good relationship and a future ahead of us as far as the World Serato Eskrima Federation goes. So I'm certain that at some point in the future we will we'll speak again.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I will be in San Francisco July 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and Tambo Wong's tournament. I'll be conducting some seminar there.
Outstanding. And for any further information regarding Grandmaster Lee's information or any particularly his upcoming trip in November to Thailand, please go to ericlee.com. That's ericlee.com. Grandmaster Lee, it's been a pleasure.
Tour.com or ericleeglobaltour.com. They can find the information. That's the best way to go right now. And I appreciate it for everything.
Outstanding, sir. You have a pleasant day. And again, thank you very much for the pleasure of allowing us to have this conversation.
Thank you so much. Okay, have a nice day.
Take care. Bye now.